Late, but as soon as we have our final commissioner. Can I go grab it? Oh, Garrett's grabbing. Okay. No. That's good. Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats. Yep. No, we're good. As soon as staff gets the technology worked out for us, I'm going to call us back to order. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call us back to order. Thank you so much. We are still on items 63, 64, and 65. We have heard from each one of the applicants. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up to public comment. But before I do that, commissioners, do you have any comments before we open this?
Nothing from me, Chair.
Okay.
Nothing from me, Chair.
Okay. All right. And here's what I'm going to do. Miss Maxon Rushton, I know that you represent a group. If you are representing a group, I typically give about 5 minutes so that you have a little bit more time rather than just straight public comment. If you're a single commenter, I'll give you 3 minutes. What I'm going to ask you, I'm going to give you some ground rules here though. Okay, just so that everybody understands what we're dealing with. So the first ground rule is this has to reside in 706B, because I have to make my decision, at least me, and I'm assuming that my commissioners are going to do the same thing based on 706B. And I know I've received some comments. We saw some written protests. They strayed outside of 706B. They went to 706A and are asking us to apply the provisions of 706A. There is or 706, thank you, excuse me. Apply the provisions of 706. There are explicit prohibitions, as the administrative attorney pointed out earlier. 706B 110 sub 2 tells us we cannot apply those provisions. And so this is not something that we made up. This is a legislative requirement. And so I'm just going to ask you, if I see you straying off, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to ask you to stay back on task. And we are, let's see here. Miss Rushton, I have you signed in, so I'm going to start with you. Okay, Mr. Gunderson. So I'm going to go, you guys tell me when you're ready. Go ahead and so let's do 5. Yes, we'll do 5. We'll do 5 for each. And go ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Nevada Transportation Authority. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton, appearing on behalf of the Livery Operators Association. As your records reflect, previously, the LOA submitted a written protest and a petition for leave to intervene in this matter specific to the provisions of NRS 706B. That was denied. So based on that, Chairman and members of the Commission, I hereby appear before you under 706B.710 and submit an oral protest and ask to note the concerns that the LOA has with the respective applications on the record, be able to demonstrate our direct and substantial interest, and then thereafter we'll renew the request to be admitted as a party specific to the PLTI. I'll start by by noting the fact that it's very clear that the commission did read the PLTIs, and that is greatly appreciated because there were significant concerns raised therein. And based on the questions that you posed to the applicants earlier, it's clear that you took those into consideration and that they were meaningful to you, especially as it applies to the safety of the traveling public. But when you deliberate over this matter, to say that you can't consider 706 is not consistent with the law, because we are members of the same commercial transportation industry that operates in the state of Nevada as the proposed applicants. We may have different authorities, but ultimately our services are the same. We charge a fare, we use a commercial vehicle, we have commercial insurance, and we hold ourselves out to the public for transportation from point to point in different places of the state. And that's where I appeal to you today. Pursuant to your authority under 706 1.51, you have a declaration of purpose which requires you to consider the impact that different applications and different carriers will have on your 706 operators. And that's exactly what the concern is today. Specifically, these applications raise two grave concerns. One deals with the oversaturation of the commercial transportation industry as a whole in Nevada. And the second one deals with the overcrowding of the roadways, and specifically the Golden Triangle. And what I mean by that is that all of the testing that's been done thus far has taken place in the Golden Triangle, the area between the airport and in and around Las Vegas Boulevard. The new partnership between Waymo and the Raiders, specific to that area. So what we're talking about is a request for 7,000 additional vehicles over the next 12 to 24 months. And to take that and to compare that to where the other operators that you oversee operate and the number of vehicles that they're restricted to, it demonstrates to the industry and to the community at large that you will have twice as many AVNC vehicles operating than you do of your entire fleets, your limos, your scenic tour operators, and certainly your taxis. And those have direct impacts on how we operate, on how the 706 operators continue to operate. There were significant questions about the safety issues. We raised those and ask again that you point your attention to those specifically. You heard comments, and there's certain information contained in the applications that talk about accessibility for people with disabilities. Having a vehicle that can house somebody that's in a wheelchair is not the same as being able to provide service to someone who is disabled. That requires, based on the testimony today, that that person is able to get themselves out of the wheelchair and into the car. Who loads the wheelchair then? We are talking about a significant amount of population here in Southern Nevada with disabilities that we are basically saying, we won't provide transportation to you. We'll just simply refer you to a 706 carrier who is mandated to do that. So you're requiring a certain amount of your carriers, your regulated carriers, to be ADA compliant, to be able to service those most vulnerable in our community, and not requiring them to do so, the applicants before you. They'll say that they have, again, services that'll help people who need those additional accommodations, but they are only those services that they can provide with their limited technology. They are not providing services to individuals who are disabled. The other concern that we have today is the fact that, based on the testimony that was just provided by Uber, it does not appear that they are in any different position than the way that they operate with the taxis. As this body is aware, there is currently a pilot program in both Southern Nevada and Northern Nevada, which specifically allows Uber to provide taxi services, or to arrange for taxi services through their dispatch. What is the difference between what is applied for here and what they're doing specifically with the taxis? This application is replete with information about about the company that they intend to provide or utilize. That is no different than George Balaban's company. It's no different than Desert Cab. It's no different than Nellis Cab, in the sense that Uber is pushing the rides to them, but not providing the service. 706B, who provides the insurance in that instance?
Complete
Who
your
provides
thoughts.
vehicle safety in that instance? Those are the issues that we specifically requested to be able to intervene on, and believe that we have a direct and substantial interest, and that these applications should be referred back to staff and we be allowed to participate in them.
Okay.
The one thing I would just note, Chair Hartung, is the fact that there is an appeal on relative to my request specific to the redaction of the information. I'm happy to address that now or later, whatever your preference is.
Okay, we're going to continue on because we got a lot of stuff to cover. And then when it comes back to us, then we'll determine that.
Thank you.
So go ahead, identify yourself.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My name is Spencer Gunnarsson for the record, and I am here on behalf of taxi management and related taxi companies that they manage, including Nevada Yellow Cab Corporation, Nevada Checker Cab Corporation, Nevada Star Cab Corporation, YCS Acquisition LLC, Taxi Transport LLC, Cab Transport LLC, and 21st Century Taxi LLC. I name them specifically to put them on the record as we are here on all of their behalf in light of these applications that have been submitted. I think, first of all, I also want to echo what Ms. Maxim Rushton stated. Thank you for the questions you were asking. Thank you for diving into this issue. This is a significant and important issue. And likewise, as such, and one reason why we wanted to speak kind of simultaneously is to do as much as I can not to repeat what she said, because the positions we hold are almost identical to hers. And so I would refer by reference to her statements, and also say that we will also have submitted written protests and petitions for leave to amend, or not to amend, to intervene, and which were also denied. So in accordance with NAC 706B 710, we are also here to make these oral protests and oral requests to be allowed to intervene. The purpose for which is to give our clients the ability to may have a meaningful response, not limited to a handful of minutes on a single day, but to actually analyze in full the applications and the situations insofar as they pertain to their business. These are all ride for hire companies, both those that are here with the application as well as those I represent, and yet they're being treated significantly differently. For example, not having been able to review the entirety of the application, only having received highly redacted copies of the applications, we haven't seen things as simple as pricing. Only being told simply that, in fact, today for the first time, our pricing, at least I believe was just by one of them.
Hold on. Just a second. Okay, I just want to make sure that you're on the record because we had a technology issue. We're not in our normal room, so I apologize.
It's okay. Understood.
So we can continue, Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Okay.
You have to.
Go ahead, and we stopped the clock. So go ahead.
I'll just pick up from where I left. So my point being, for the first time today, we heard that, well, the pricing is going to be similar to that of the TNAs. We haven't known that before. We don't know what that is. We can't adequately respond and oppose to this because we have not been given the opportunity to do so, other than in this very brief and simple forum that we've been provided. Again, this is has a significant impact to our client. And ultimately, what we're looking for is we're asking for consistent and measured regulation. We're asking for a common sense approach to approving these permits. And we talk about, what is this body provided to do under the law in accordance with the regulations, in accordance with 706B? Well, I think that for me, NAC 706B.105 plays a huge role here, because that's the one that says, if there is good cause, Mr. Chairman, the body itself, shall adjust the regulations as needed. So, and I didn't quote that exactly, but the point still is it's a common sense approach to these types of situations, a common sense way to be able to analyze and address and adjust the regulations as needed, such as limiting the number of vehicles if necessary, in order to address these good cause issues. You have the authority and the power under NAC 706B to address these issues that are very concerning to our clients and our community. I also wanted to note that we believe the interim order that this body has already provided to Tesla isn't a bad framework to get started. We think that this is probably the way to start with these applications. Limited number of vehicles, 10, 15 vehicles. See what happens over the next year. See what they do, how it affects everything that Ms. Maxim Rushton referenced with congestion and traffic and safety. Let's have that be the basis, and then we'll move from there and let them then see if it's going to be something that can really be sustainable in this community. Having them be within, by the way, the Golden Triangle is difficult, especially if you can drop that number of vehicles on them. And so for that, we would ask this body to please deny these, or if it's inclined to grant them in a way that makes sense, that has a common sense to what it is that's really going out in the community at large. And so for that, we thank you. And only, again, we've submitted orally to be an intervener and a protestant and as we proceed forward in this manner.
Okay, thank you so much. Got to keep moving on with additional comments. I'm sorry.
The appeal?
Do I want it?
No, sir, there is an appeal pending before you specific to the denial of. Yes.
Yes.
Administrative Attorney Oneat Wilburn, it's a ask for the commission to review Commissioner Zoka's denial of the demand letter for the unredacted application of Tesla.
But let me ask you this, because as I look at the agenda, and this is while I recognize that the appeal is there, I'm not agendized to review that appeal. The general public doesn't know that that's what I'm going to do today.
I agree. Absolutely.
Because look, I've been in these situations, and lots of times things come in at the 11th hour and they go, well, you need to consider this. Well, I'm not agendized to consider that, because what the general public understands as to what I'm going to be discussing is not this thing.
Understood. For the record, Jessica Guerra from the Attorney General's office. I would agree the appeal itself is not subject to the actual agendized, it's not an agendized item. However, if the appeal, not to make a decision on the appeal, but if it somehow impacts your decision on the application, that's up to the commission to decide whether or not they want to either table or go forward or however they wish to proceed based on this appeal. Then whatever it does impacts for this particular agendized item, that's up to them to decide if it does or does not. However, whether or not they can make a decision on that appeal itself or have it as a discussion item or have it under review, that is not subject to the agenda for today, which would then have to be placed on a future agenda.
Right.
And that's and just for full disclosure, I am not too familiar with the appeal, so I can't really speak too in-depthly on it. I would confer with Ms. Wilburn on that, on the specifics of what that entails.
Ms. Wilburn.
Administrative Attorney Oneat Wilburn. So Chairman, I have read that. I would agree with Ms. Guerra that the appeal itself, I do not think, if you review the NAC, I don't think that this is an item that should require the commission to table the item 63 and not vote today. Because if you read the regulation very clearly, it's been more than followed, and there is no mechanism in this regulation for a appeal to the authority based on a presiding officer's determination of confidentiality. Correct. Versus in other statutes, 706, there is a mechanism for an appeal to the full authority if something is where there is nothing seated in this regulation for an appeal to the full authority. So without discussing the appeal, I believe that the commission can go forward and determine the approval or denial of item 63. And the reason I'm saying item 63 is that correct? It's on Tesla. Is that correct? Yes. So that's the docket number it's been put forth on.
And I'm not trying to be intransigent about this, but what I don't want to do is have a discussion between the three commissioners where we make a decision on something that was not duly agendized, and then I get myself into trouble, because I've now somebody else, one of the applicants files an open meeting law violation and says, hey, wait a minute, we didn't know that you were going to discuss this, and therefore we did not come prepared. And I think it muddles us.
That's correct. And I don't think it should be discussed, but what I am advising the commission is it is not something that would require the tabling of item 63
Understood.
today. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And Chair, I just note for the record that pursuant to NAC 706B.645, the title of which is Appeal of Determination by Presiding Officer Regarding Treatment of Confidential Information. There is an appellate appeal requirement. It was filed on August 10th, immediately following the receipt of the denial of the request to produce an unredacted application. If you want to table it till next week, that's fine. It's somewhat insignificant if it occurs after the application is decided. But again, we felt like that was the mechanism we had to pursue in order to exhaust our administrative remedies to take this up to court.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you, ma'am. Okay. These have all kind of been, when I say these, I'm referring to the comment cards. So I don't really have an order here, but what I'm going to do is, this is what's laying on top for me, Miss Mona Merklin. Mona? Oh. Perfect, thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, 3 minutes. You can see her actually put her somewhere near a microphone. Perfect. Yeah, something that doesn't roll around for her. Hi, Mona. Welcome.
Go
ahead, ma'am.
Like you said, my name's Mona Merkline. I've heard ADA thrown out a couple times so far. I've lived ADA, and to have something like the cyber cab would be really beneficial to us as the blind community. Their app is absolutely accessible. Sometimes the Uber and the Lyft, theirs isn't. If you have to take paratransit, you have to schedule 3 days in advance. And what if you want to go someplace now? This would be so beneficial to the, not just the blind community.
Need you to get a little closer to the mic. Not your fault at all. There you go. You're good. Perfect. There.
Okay,
Go ahead. Continue, please.
I don't like these things.
We understand. Please don't feel intimidated. Go ahead.
But yesterday I got to experience and play with the cyber cab. It's got Braille in there. Nobody else has Braille. I mean, you get in a car and you're sitting there and you're wondering what's going on. It has Braille. The app is wonderful. Now, a person that's in a wheelchair, there's space to put the wheelchair. They can just, if it's upper body strength, they can just push themselves right in, collapse the chair and put it in with them. I mean, it can do so much for people with disabilities. I mean, trying to wait around for a Lyft or an Uber, and it tells you what type of car it is and the color of it and the license plate. Well, I hate to tell you guys, I can't see it. So I'm depending on the driver to know who I am. And a lot of times the Uber and Lyft, if they see you with a dog or a cane, they drive right past you and cancel you. So you're getting that charge of canceling. With the cyber cab, it doesn't know that you're blind. It doesn't know that you're in a wheelchair. It just knows that you need a ride. So I completely love the car. Just sitting in it, feeling how comfortable it is, and knowing that something's accessible. It's just, to me, it's just the most amazing thing out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next, I have Kendra Scott. Ms. Scott. Kendra Scott.
Yes, do you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi,
Okay.
welcome.
Yes, hello. I was present in person, but I had to leave, but I'm still here on Teams. So good morning or good afternoon. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kendra Scott, and I am a Las Vegas resident and the founder of Codylocks, a local nonprofit whose mission is to expose children ages 6 to 17 to coding, artificial intelligence, and emerging technology, regardless of their socioeconomic status. We believe no child should miss the opportunity to learn STEM because their family cannot afford access to technology. I'm here today to share why I believe allowing Waymo to provide rideshare services in Las Vegas could create meaningful opportunities for the community I serve. What stands out to me about Waymo is that their investment in our community started before they even broke ground here. Waymo has supported our programming that exposes students to technologies and career fields that they may not otherwise have access to. But there's another side of this conversation that deserves attention, which is access to transportation is access to opportunity. We work with families throughout the Las Vegas Valley, and transportation can sometimes be the difference between a child being able to participate in a STEM program, internship, an extracurricular activity, or unfortunately having to stay home. As a founder, I've personally found myself picking up teenagers and transporting them to programs because their families simply didn't have another option. That's why the possibility of a service like Waymo's Teen Rider program is exciting to me. If brought to Las Vegas, it could potentially give teenagers another transportation option for getting to internships, after-school activities, and educational programs when transportation is a barrier. And there is also a personal safety component that matters to me as a woman and a mother. Traditional rideshare means getting into a vehicle with a stranger. Having another transportation option where there isn't an unfamiliar driver in the front seat can provide an additional sense of security and peace of mind for families. I believe Las Vegas should continue to embrace innovation, but innovation should be connected to the community. Waymo has already demonstrated that connection through its investment in organizations like Codylocks and through its sponsorships of opportunities that expose our young people to science, coding, AI, and technology. I'm not asking you to look at this simply as approving another rideshare company. I'm asking you to consider what increased transportation access can mean for our families, our young people, and our future workforce. Because when transportation barriers are removed, opportunities move too. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. We appreciate you. So I'm going to move next to, I'm gonna hack your last name, Gina. Cancelleri? I didn't mean to butcher it, I promise.
My husband's last name is worse.
What?
Okay. I was leaving the building last night just after the accident happened, and I was curious as to who she was and how badly she was injured. I came upon the incident just after 8 p.m., after it had already happened and after a few others had already gotten to her, but before the police or ambulance had arrived. One man was holding her hand and kept assuring her that she was going to be okay. Then she finally opened her eyes, and the rest of us just smiled at her and nodded our heads in agreement.
Would you pause the clock for a moment?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yes. I'm good.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I am guessing that this gentleman holding her hand was one of the motorists behind the truck by how he responded when the second ambulance was blowing its horn trying to get through. I think he said something like, "We can't go anywhere," as he looked in the direction of the ambulance. The police arrived first on the scene, followed within a few minutes by an ambulance in the southbound lane of the street, and the traffic, of course, was completely blocked. Her eyes were closed for quite some time, and she didn't move at all. She appeared to be unconscious, and we were all worried about her condition. She eventually came to as help was arriving on the scene. The impact had knocked both of her shoes off, and she laid there motionless on her right side. Her body was oriented toward the street, maybe a foot or two away, and her head was toward the bus station crosswalk. I saw that she was bleeding from the back of her head only after the medics started to move her. Her head laid directly on the street as the man was holding her hand. Everyone knew not to move her, and we all said the same to each other. One of the young men on the scene, immediately after it happened, grabbed her shoes and put them together next to her purse. He found one shoe about 20 feet or more away from where she was and pointed to the exact location for the police. I heard someone say that her purse was picked up on the other side of the street. There were apparently two gentlemen in the truck that hit her. The driver stopped about 100 or so feet or more from where she was lying. One man kept saying that he didn't see her, and the other one agreed. I stayed on the scene until about 8:30 or so, and I asked the police if I could leave. Please share with the parents that until the ambulance came and I had arrived on the scene, people were there caring for this woman. She was covered from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. She couldn't speak at all. She opened her eyes, and then we heard her moan as they were putting her in the ambulance. This is not a story I wrote. This is a story about me. I was 21 years old at Penn State University, getting my bachelor's of science in meteorology. I was nearly killed by a drunk driver. I am here with MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I am now a mother myself. I'm here to save my daughters. I'm here to save my family. With autonomous driving, I know it can happen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Followed by Monica Lopez Morales. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, members of the commission. First, I'd like to just remind that disability doesn't always look like a wheelchair. Many disabilities are invisible. You can look at me and never know that I live with seizures. For people like me, autonomous vehicles can provide something incredibly important: independence. Again, my name is Monica Lopez Morales, and I've lived with epilepsy for 45 years. I'm the founder of Oraclips, a Las Vegas-based organization focused on education, advocacy, and community. My work focuses on empowering people with epilepsy and helping others understand the full human experience of this condition, because epilepsy is so much more than just seizures. It affects our mental health and our ability to participate in everyday life. For many, driving is something you don't think twice about. You grab your keys, get in your car, and go. But when you live with seizures, that freedom isn't available to us. Independent looks different. Everyday things like showering, cooking, or driving can take pieces of our autonomy away, making this an incredibly lonely and isolating condition. Most of us remember during COVID what it felt like when our freedom to simply get up, go somewhere, and connect with others disappeared. For many of us who cannot drive, there isn't an end date to that loss of independence. I was fortunate to have grown up in Chicago, where public transportation gave me some self-reliance. But after I married, started my family, and moved, I realized how much I had lost. My epilepsy hadn't changed, but my access to transportation had. And because of that, my independence and my mental health also changed. Getting somewhere meant coordinating my life around someone else's availability, bringing feelings of guilt and burden. And sometimes it's just easier to stay home. But isolation has consequences such as depression, anxiety, and more. And living well with epilepsy is more than just doctors and medication. We need people, we need community. We already have transportation options here in Southern Nevada, and each one of them is important, but each can leave a different gap for someone living with epilepsy. Fixed route transit can require walking and waiting outside in extreme heat, which can be a seizure trigger. Paratransit requires eligibility and advanced planning, and we need transportation that can work with the unpredictability of our seizures. Uber and Lyft provide on-demand transportation, but repeated rides can become financially unrealistic for someone who is unemployed due to their seizures. And you're still riding with another person, wondering what will happen if you have a seizure in front of them. Waymo has the potential to fill that gap and offer something different. It can combine on-demand transportation, something many people with epilepsy rarely experience, the feeling of getting yourself somewhere.
Please complete your thoughts, ma'am. Your 3 minutes has expired. Sorry.
Just real quick, I just want to say that I facilitate a support group and I have seen the changes that it has taken on people. And having this autonomous driving and Waymo to be able to take them to that support group is extremely important for us. Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. Next, I have Todd Imholt. He had to leave. Okay. Is Todd online? Okay. How about Davis, Lavender Davis? Sorry? He's with Todd? Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. I apologize. Alex Hilke. Welcome, Mr. Hilke. That's all right. Take your time. Need to. Hold on just a second, Alex. Hold on here. Hold on. No. It's all good.
Okay,
There we go.
there we go. My name is Alex Hilke, and I am an employment specialist with the ARC of Nevada. We are a disability services nonprofit that specializes in pre-employment transition services, community immersion, and digital literacy. I provide job training and job placement services to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. As a person with cerebral palsy, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve my community with these services. What we have today is a problem that 83% of people with IDDs receiving state services are unemployed job seekers. 16% of Nevadans with IDD say that transportation is a big impediment to their ability to get jobs. Waymo and other autonomous vehicle services are 94% safer than human error, and they're less likely to have serious injury and 82% less likely to have any injury. Current options put people with IDD at risk for being mistreated by drivers. I myself have had situations where a driver thought I didn't know any better and took me on a long, luxurious ride to my location that drove up my cost. Your approval of these autonomous vehicle permits today will empower people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to find meaningful employment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And the final card that I have is for Michelle Garlow.
She's online. Michelle Gorlow.
Gorlow. Thank you. Ms. Gorlow?
Hi, can you see and hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Okay, I have my camera
you're
on my end, but
There you are. Welcome.
hi, sorry, I had to come back to the office. For the record, my name is Michelle Gorlow. I am the executive director of the ARC of Nevada, and my last name is spelled Gorellow. As Alex had mentioned, we are a local nonprofit organization, and our mission is to really promote and protect the human rights of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and support their full inclusion in the community that they live in. We are here to support Waymo's permit application, and I do want to be fully transparent that Waymo has provided fiscal funding for us this year for our programs, but that is in no way influencing our decision to support them. We are very appreciative of their interest in working with the ARC and other disability communities to ensure that they are addressing concerns from people with various abilities and needs. As you know, the disability community is a very wide and diverse group of individuals. Some of the common problems that we see facing our friends are long waits for transportation, travel times, as that's also long, and then some of them will also live outside of the transit service areas and can't get service. Taxis and rideshare services aren't always accessible and often don't want to provide services in the suburbs. The lack of transportation isn't just an inconvenience, it also restricts their independence, decreases employment opportunities, and limits access to healthcare and social life. Autonomous vehicles offer people with disabilities increased freedom by eliminating frequent ride denials and long wait times. We appreciate the changes that many of the rideshare companies are making for people with disabilities, but as we've already heard from some people, that the discrimination still happens. When you see a cane or a service animal, they just leave. And according to secureenergy.org, it is estimated that self-driving technology will open up 2 million employment opportunities by offering reliable commuting options for people with disabilities. Autonomous vehicles also allow for spontaneous travel, which it will improve mental health for people with disabilities who report feelings of isolation, loneliness, and depression as much as 4.5 times the rate of people without disabilities per the CDC. So it's these reasons and many more that you've already heard about that we are here to support this item. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Corlo. Okay, those are all the cards I have. So let me ask the room before I go online. Is there anyone wishing to speak in the audience that has not yet filled out a card and has not already spoken? Mr. Carson. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Carson, Carson. To begin with, there's no doubt that technology is coming our way. There's nothing we can do to stop it or do anything like that. This isn't about a technology thing, but what I want to point out is a glaring double standard, and that's mentioned in the Nevada Revised Statutes 706B and NRS 706.4759. If I have a client that's a common carrier and I want to use an autonomous vehicle, that autonomous vehicle must meet all the requirements set forth in NRS 706. That's what the statute says. That's what 706B says. That's what 706.4759. So why is it that my client, who has a different name, has to comply with the requirements under 706, but somebody else that has a different name that's doing the exact same type of service, why do they not have to go under 706? I mean, 706B says you can't apply the provisions of 706 A or 706 regular. But go down in 706B 110, and it says if you're a common carrier and you're going to have to comply with 706. So in 706B, it specifically references common carriers in 706. So why is there a double standard saying if we get a car, we have to comply with 706? Isn't it the exact same car that we're operating, an autonomous vehicle? That's what we're looking at. And I mean, it's just glaring to us when you say, you know, what's good for them isn't good for us. And I haven't reviewed the applications. I was kind of just sitting here kind of learning about it as I go along. But the questions that Mr. Zoka, Ms. Cannell, and Mr. Hartung that you guys asked really rang in my head because we really don't know what this is all about, what this operations entail. I think it's too soon right now. It's coming, but I don't know, is it ready right now? What I'm looking at is I'm sitting here as a member of the general public trying to figure this out. And the gentleman from Tesla, believe me, all of the presentations were awesome. I love it. I think it's happening. It's going to be this. But when they come up here and say, we're just a platform for motional cars, that doesn't even meet the requirements of the definition of autonomous vehicle network company, because it says you have to operate them. Who's operating them? They're just connecting the passenger to a motional car. And the same thing goes with the other guys, is they don't build or manufacture their cars. They buy them from either another company or one of their parent or subsidiary companies. And so what we're looking at is, what is an autonomous vehicle company? And do they actually fit the definition that you guys are supposed to enforce and regulate?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to stick in the room. Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to make public comment at this time? Because I'm going to go online. Okay, I'm going to close public comment I'm going to close public comment in the room. Let me finish. And I'm going to go online. So who's controlling online? Who can tell me who's online? Okay, Mr. Rebar, can you hear us? There we go. We have you. Go ahead. Thank you, sir. Okay, who else do we have online? Who else has their hand raised? I can't see an online list. Is there anyone else online with their hands raised or wishing to speak? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Austin told me there was nobody in the office. Austin, are you in the? He sent me a text earlier and said nobody was in the office. Yeah. No, understood. Austin, are you in the hearing room? No, there's nobody. There's nobody in the hearing room. Okay. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the board. Again, we are on items 63, 64, and 65. We will take them as a block, commissioners, because I think we can.
Sure. May I make?
Yes, go. Yeah, no, go right ahead, because I was going to ask you, I'm going to go down the line. Do you want to give us any advice?
Administrative Attorney Yonit Wilburn. I did just want to go back to what Ms. Maxon Rushton said about NAC 706B 840. That is seated in the hearing statutes regulations. as if we were a hearing. And it is talking about the admissibility of evidence. And they could make an appeal to the full authority if an officer in a hearing was listening to the admissibility of evidence. That is not what we have here. Commissioner Zoka made the determination under NAC 706B 630 that the application itself was properly redacted. He did an in-camera review, which he is not required to do, but he may. And Tesla had followed every single protocol in NAC 706B 630 to ask for the treatment of confidentiality. We did hear a comment about a highly redacted application. Tesla's application is 178 pages, and cumulatively about 4 pages were redacted. So I don't think that could ever be referred to as a highly redacted application. So I just wanted to make that record with regards to the appeal, that it was not done properly. This is not the proper setting for that appeal to have been done, because we are not in a hearing setting where there is a admissibility of evidence. And Chairman, I believe Ms. Maxon Rushton has been.
Yes, yeah, Ms. Maxon
You're
Rushton.
hearing the matter, Chairman. I mean, that's the matter. And then I would respectfully request to correct the record. I specifically refer to NAC 706B.645. That's all. Thank you.
It goes to 840.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Wilburn?
That is it right now, Chairman. So I again renew my advice that the appeal that Ms. Maxton Rushton is talking about is not relevant and should not stay your decision on these matters.
Okay.
And just as Ms. Rushton wanted to correct me, if she read 706B.645, it says pursuant to NAC 706B.840, which you jumped to. So.
Okay. Commissioners, comments? Zoka? I have some comments. Want me to make mine first? Sure, I'll start. So something was brought up, NEC 706.105 with respect to deviation. And interestingly enough, it somewhat mirrors NAC 706B, 105, mirrors NAC 706-1305, which is the ability to deviate from regs, not from statute. I go back to NRS 110 sub 2 that says that we shall not apply any provisions of 706 to 706B. That is not this is not a word, but I'm going to use it anyway. It's not deviatable. And so I know you got to ad lib sometimes. We cannot deviate from NRS. Now I know a lot of there's a lot of people out there, and I'm one of them. I'm concerned with jobs. I get jobs. I understand this completely, but I gave a presentation at IATR about technology. And here's how technology works. Technology emerges. We don't know what it is. In fact, let me use this. Technology emerges. How many of you own one of these? You don't have to answer, but I'm going to bet you every single one of you in this room owns one. Okay. 2008, these things came out as a mini computer in your hand. Technology emerged. Markets responded. People went, hey man, I can make money off of that. I can do all kinds of things. 2015, there was a company called Uber who, and along with Lyft, who went to and by the way, they had been doing business before that, but they went to the legislature and they had NRS 706A put into place. So technology emerges, markets responded, workforces adapt. They adapt. And I'm not suggesting that workforces are not important. What I am suggesting to you is that they can be very resilient. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you this, and you mark my words, put it on the calendar. Cab companies are going to be the biggest beneficiaries of autonomous vehicles, not from Tesla, not from Waymo, not from Zoox, not from Motional, not from Nuro, not from May Mobility. I'm sure I've forgotten somebody, but I don't know who it is. But as autonomy comes into the market, and now we see many vehicles with SAE level 2, JO316, if you look that up, JO316 level 2, you see those coming off the line. There are very few makers who have SAE level 3s, but they're coming. SAE level 4s are going to be common. Watch how fast this stuff is happening at light speed. It used to be, well, we could wait 10 years. Technology now is happening at light speed. Look at how everything is changing. Look at how from the beginning of this year to now, how AI has changed dramatically. So what that means to me is that ultimately AI itself and these self-driving vehicles, cab companies are not, you're going to start populating your fleets with them. And then the drivers will become attendants. I need that help. I can tell you right now, I love that assistance. And even if it's assisting with other things like, maybe it's, I need to reroute, and then the monitored autonomous vehicle can assist. So I think that we're going to see a shift in that. Again, I'm not downplaying. I believe that there's, and I don't want to say always, but in the foreseeable future, within very likely the next 30 to 40 years, you're always going to see vehicles that are driven by human beings. You're just going to see that. So workforces respond. Then the final piece of this, legislators respond. And they take 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 years to do it. And because we're on a biennium, it takes every 2 years. So you see that happen. So NRS 706 was put into play. The utility framework was put into play in 1919. And in 1969, you guys all know this, the TA was split off from the NTA. By 1971, they had split off the TA's chapters in 706. By 1997, AB 366, the NTA was split off at the 11th hour to become, it was the TSA to become the NTA. And so now you've got the split in these two agencies, but there's still a utility model. What is utility? Utility is Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. What is necessity? Necessity means that it's not just that I can provide the service, but that the public needs the service. 706A and 706B are not necessity-driven statutes. They're market-driven statutes. I didn't make this stuff up. I'm just telling you what it is. So as a regulator, I have to look at what the legislature decides or what a court decides. I'll just go there and says, hey, look, this is how we interpret the statutes. So from my perspective, commissioners, we're bound to look at 706B. We're bound to look at the fitness of the application and the fitness of the applicant themselves. That's how I see this. I don't see that as having wiggle room for us. And it's not, I'm not siding, I'm just telling you what I see as a commissioner reading 706B. And believe me, I've stuck my head into this stuff a lot, probably a lot more than the average person. I've written a lot of stuff about this. I've examined it. For the life of me, I don't know why the cab industry and the limousine industry, and by the way, we define everything in 706. If it's not a charter bus, if it's not a TNC, if it's not an AVNC, if it's not a shuttle bus, if it's not a tow truck, it's a limousine. It's either a livery or a traditional limousine, period. That's what it is. That's how pigeonholed we are. So 706, in my opinion, has to be modified at some point so that the taxi industry can survive and become dynamic and use the tools that technology provides you. I'm supportive of this stuff. I want to see you survive. I want strong competition. Strong competition means healthy markets. When you have one provider, it's not a healthy market. That's why utilities were created, because monopolies occurred. And you had limited framework, you had limited ability to enter those markets. And so That's why they adopted those utility frameworks. So for those reasons, and I'm sorry, I have to support these applications because I look at the fitness of the applicant and the fitness of the application. Commissioners, forgive the diatribe.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a very helpful summary. Would you like to hear from me as well?
Absolutely, 100%.
So the first thing I
Gotta get it closer.
okay. The first thing that occurred to me, which I haven't thought of before, is when we start these meetings with the NTA, one of the things we do is we do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of this country. And I rather see this kind of innovation and technology happen on our soil as opposed to in China. I think we have to also consider, not as far as our decision, but in just terms of the large big picture issues here, is that as disruptive as this may be for the local industry, there's certainly an angle here, which is that I think it's very helpful that we have innovators within our own country who are able to put forward this kind of technology and make it happen. Beyond that, as far as the applications themselves, I agree with you. I have had back 10 years ago when this statute was passed, I was working with Commissioner Newton at the time on the regulations for the statute, and I thought that this was something that was very far off in the future. And I had been wrong because since then I had visited facilities operated by these companies. I've ridden in these vehicles. I watched countless hours of these transportations occurring. And based on all of that, I think the technology is now here to make this a reality. So I agree with you on the progress of technology and where it is. And so that's another factor that I would certainly leads me to support the application. The last thing I would mention is that whenever you have an applicant apply for a license, typically if there's intervention, you see a lot of intervention from it's an NEMT. You have a lot of competitors intervening in that application. Similarly with limo companies, another limo company comes in. The three applicants that are before us today, make no mistake, they're competitors to each other. And they know certainly where the other issues might be with the other companies. And if they had reasons to complain, they certainly could have done for example, what the taxi industry has done with their pleadings. And nobody has raised issues with regard to the other operators. So to me, that's another important consideration. So those were some of the things that were in my mind as I was pondering these applications. But I'm certainly with you on the larger issue, on a more important issue, and the legal issues that you have brought up. So I'm in agreement with you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Zilka. Commissioner Cannell.
Great points. I'm just getting my law together because I wanted to give my final closing comments directly aligned with 706B. If you can bear with me just for a second, and my computer cooperates. Thank you. Thank you. All right. For the record, I am very comfortable with these applications. As we know and we've heard extensively, Chapter 706B does not contain a public convenience or necessity element. And I hear and understand the frustration of my colleagues who practice in 706 all the time. I do get it. But this is not the forum to express that frustration. We cannot do, our hands are tied. 706B, maybe Louis is partly to blame, I don't know. But whoever has drafted it 10 years ago, they drafted it in fantasy. At that point, to his point, yes, we didn't know what these vehicles would look like. It was drafted quite well, but it also was drafted with very strict guardrails. So within those guardrails, the only requirement we had was follow through with 706B 130 subsection 1, which tells us clearly that we shall issue a permit once we determined the applicant meets the requirements. And if you follow through with my questions, I had simple questions like, did they follow through with all the requirements? Do we have all the information present? And upon reading the applications, it appeared like they do have they met all the required requirements set forth in 706B. Now, it is not an unknown fact that I am relatively new, so everything I got is from the papers and documents I read. And I'd also add that to that, under our job, Commissioners, Chairman, as I read under this chapter, fitness and compliance. And I have no doubt or hesitation or heard anything in the entire meeting today, including from the public comments, where there were issues or concerns raised about that. Having not heard anything, we've also seen that the staff has walked us through everything, all the conditions set forth. Given all of that, on the record, I support approving all these applications. I'd like to also add kudos to you two for drafting the orders in these matters that set forth reasons, very well reasoned write-up and the conditions set forth. I believe, and I also support a motion. Actually, if you're ready for a motion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve all these applications for reasons set forth in the orders previously issued in these matters.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Anything?
Are you ready for a motion, Chairman?
Hold on just a second. Let me ask our colleague, anything more from you?
Nothing else from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. I am ready to entertain a motion.
So I'd like to move to approve all three applications for reasons set forth in the orders on the record in this matter.
Okay, so let me understand that we are approving docket number 26-05015 for the application of Tesla Robotaxi LLC, docket number 26-06007 for the application of Waymo LLC, doing business as Waymo, and docket number 26-07015 for the application of Aviary. How is that pronounced? Aviary. Okay. Well, you never know. I know how it's reads, but I don't know always how it's pronounced. Aviary Services, a wholly owned subsidy of Uber Technologies. Am I correct in that?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Kuhnel. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, let me amend what I just,
You want a modification?
yeah, I'm gonna second for discussion purposes only.
Okay.
Would you tell me what you just?
Okay, hold on. So we have a motion by Commissioner Kuhnel, second by Commissioner Zoka, under discussion.
Administrative Attorney Oneat Wilburn, the only ask, and I don't believe that any of the applicants would have an issue with this, is that there is a 24-hour contact or some way for emergency services to get in touch with all of the applicants. I'm seeing no issues on that they just provide a number to emergency services in order for emergency services to get in contact with them in case there is a severe emergency and they need something done immediately.
What I would like to see, and I know I can't make this a condition, I'd like to see, just as Waymo already has instituted and has Tesla, I'd like to see a QR code that any emergency responder, first responder can use that QR code and it'll take them directly to emergency services. That's what I'd like to see ultimately, but I can't condition that.
Administrative Attorney Oneat Wilburn, although they haven't said it on the record, I saw a thumbs up from every applicant that they have no issue
Yeah.
with the 24-hour contact for emergency services.
All right.
Perhaps Ms. Kuhnel would like to withdraw and amend her motion.
Well, you can ask for an amendment and then the maker of the motion can agree.
Sounds good. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that we amend the motion to include a condition in the certificate or the approval, rather, that each applicant provide a contact information to Clark County Fire Services where they may all Clark County Emergency Services where they may be contacted 24/7 in the event of an emergency. So that would be my proposed friendly amendment to Ms. Kuhnel's motion.
Motioner?
Chairman, I will, accepting that friendly amendment, I'd like to move again.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
So, okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. We have had discussion. We have taken public comment. We have heard from all of the applicants. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. All right, commissioners, we got a lot of work. We got a lot of ground to still cover here. We are now on, and I know you guys want to, many of you want to exit the room. I'm going to ask that you do it quietly. And if you want to have conversations, please have them outside. We still have a whole half of an agenda. That takes us, commissioners, to item number 67 through 73. I see that. We are at request for retroactive temporary discontinuances. Again, I'm going to ask that you take your conversations outside, please. We are still, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in a meeting. I'm sorry, I've got to keep moving forward, so I'm going to ask you to just take your conversations outside. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not trying to be obstinate, but I have to move forward. Okay. Ms. Letourneau, we are at 67 through 73, requests for retroactive temporary discontinuance. Is there anything usual about these requests? Okay. And actually, we have pulled item
73. Yeah.
Yes,
Correct. So it's 67, 68, 69, 70, 72, 71, 72. Okay. 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. Commissioners, any questions on any of those items?
None for me, Chair.
None from me, Chair.
Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve agenda items 67 through 72 as agendized.
Second,
I second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Zoka, second by Commissioner L. Is there any public comment on any of these items? Any public comment online? Is there any no hands raised online? Thank you, Ms. Haggard. Okay. We will close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us now for petitions to deviate from regulations. Items 74, 75, and 76. Commissioner Cannell, you have not had an opportunity to discuss these things. Commissioner Zoka and I have. This goes back to what we were just discussing about the inequities that exist even from north to south. And so I thank you for coming up, Mr. Hardy, but I'm going to try to block these. So if there are questions for Mr. Hardy, we're can certainly ask them, but I'm going to lay this out right now. I am fully in support of this. This allows these companies to do business equitably with their partners in the South. There's no reason why these inconsistencies should exist. So they have asked for a deviation. They've gone through this. We can utilize NAC 706.1305 to do these deviations. This does not take the place of proper rulemaking, which they have already asked for. We are going to address that in a future meeting and future workshops. Again, I think that this is completely appropriate. I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve agenda items 74, 75, 76 as stated on the agenda.
And that while I was not part of the main discussions, but I did read the material and I support them fully in support.
Very good. Okay. Is there any public comment on any of these items? 73, 74, 75, 74, 75, 76 rather. Anyone online, Ms. Haggard? I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Zoka, second by Kunal. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Chairman, if I may make my declaration, as I always do for the petitions for reconsideration, which are our next block. This is not the hearing on the actual underlying matter. This is just to decide if you are going to allow a reconsideration on the item. For example, we have two, it looks like driver permits. So this is just to reconsider and put it back on a future agenda to approve. It's not to approve it now, meaning if the commission allows the petition for reconsideration, it would take them back to temporary status as they always are. And then they would be put probably on the September or October agenda for an actual driver permit hearing.
Okay. So commissioners, I will tell you 77 and 78, I'm supportive of them coming back and giving us reasons why, and I'm hopeful that they can, and I know some of the backgrounds on this stuff already.
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, 79, I am supportive of that. I've looked at the logo request. I'm just not sure why we're even where we are. I think it falls within the standards, but so I'm supportive of that as well. The reconsideration filed by Mr.
Victor Mejia.
Mejia, thank you so much. I haven't heard these things, so I'm gonna go off of your recommendations on that, and then the reconsideration for Mr. O'Neill.
Okay. Did you want to take 77, 78, 79 together and just grant them? I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve and grant the petition for reconsideration for agenda items 77, 78, and 79.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Zoka, second by Commissioner Kuhnel. Is there any public comment on any of those items? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item number 80. Commissioners, thoughts on item number 80 to bring it back for reconsideration?
He's here he's online. Oh, he's here?
Yes, we're here. Oh, get up.
Come on up.
Come
Mr.
on.
Mejia.
Perfect.
Please.
I didn't know that you were
Beautiful.
here.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Sing out, brother. Let us know you're here.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
Welcome. Why should we reconsider this?
Well, we had a little clerical error, so we did submit it online, and I think I was in communication with Reno
Okay.
when I originally, because I was going to discontinue my one of my services, the
Okay.
non-consent. So I also petitioned for to change my add a DBA. So then I just wanted to add the DBA roulette towing.
Miss Turno, fill us in on this.
Lisa Letourneau for the record. Well, what has occurred with this particular carrier is that
Did it die?
originally Mr. Mejia filed to be done with his non-consent, to give up the non-consent tow. That was done in December. It was voted on in February, granted. In March, we also received 2 petitions back to back for a name change and, domicile change and a name change. Upon review, it appeared there had been a sale and transfer. On checking the Secretary of State's website, there was an additional member added. We spoke with you at the last general session. You did confirm that a sale and transfer was done. And so that has not been done at this time. So staff does not support for the name change petition or for reconsideration.
So let me ask it, maybe perhaps ask it a different way. What does he need to do to come into compliance with us?
My understanding that he's going to need to file a sale and transfer immediately. And we did advise you of that, myself and Ms. Guerra, when we spoke in my office, and an interim approval because you guys are operating. We see you on the road with the new name and the logo as the new business. So we have asked you guys to do that. And at this time to date, that application has not come in or request for interim either.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mejia, do you understand what staff is asking for?
Yes, sir. We do have the packet ready. I attempt to deliver it yesterday. We were missing some certificates.
Okay.
We make those corrections. And we were gonna go this morning, but we came here and
Sure, no, I understand. So commissioners, what's in front of us is not what's needed. It's not a reconsideration. So he needs to file for the sale and transfer and then work backwards and then come before us again.
I would table the item.
Want to table it or just deny the request?
I would just table it.
Let's table it? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to table your request, get your information to staff, let them go through it. Let's make sure that you're in compliance and doing it correctly. And then it'll, okay, wait a minute. Hold on.
Chair-
Wait a minute.
Chair- Administrative Attorney Oneat Wilburn. So here's what's going on. If you're tabling the petition for reconsideration, he then has to come back to do the petition for reconsideration and then has to come back again to do the sale and transfer. So at this point, I would advise to allow the petition for reconsideration.
Okay, I see it.
He
Okay,
cannot go back on the agenda and for the sale and transfer until he has all the documents.
got it. Okay.
Chairman,
Granted.
permission to ask a question.
Yes, go right ahead,
Staff?
please.
So let me ask you this, just hypothetically, if he does file all of that paperwork and go through the sale and transfer paperwork and we approve it, of course, all of this is speculative. If that does happen, does this DBA change of name, DBA, the request he's making, would that become moot?
Travis Letourneau for the record. The way I see it is we deny it here because the request is for reconsideration for the name change. He needs to do the sale and transfer and address everything there at the sale and transfer and then be placed back on agenda for approval of a sale and transfer.
So during the sale and transfer, can he apply for the new name that he's interested to
Yes.
operate his business under?
Yes, he can cure all of the outstanding items at the sale and transfer application at one time. If we do it the other way, I mean, my understanding right now is that we'll still have this lingering issue, but this is a petition for a reconsideration strictly for a name change.
Miss Guerra,
Yes, sir.
can you advise us?
So, just for full disclosure, Jessica Guerra for the record. I was in on the meeting with Ms. Letourneau and, Mr. Mejia. Mr. Mejia, when this issue was first arise. And it seems to me, from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we're currently looking at a document or a request for reconsideration on the name change. I believe the name change was denied last time because they were not present and then they did not. There was also an issue with communications because there wasn't follow-up there. So the name has not changed. However, they've been operating with the new name as if the name has been approved. What is at issue, from what I understand from Ms. Letourneau's point, is that they need to go through the sale and transfer application first. And instead of having the name change be granted, or if the petition for reconsideration is granted, then they can ask for the name change before the sale and transfer is approved, based on what I understand of how things are done in the regular course of the calendar, which would then put it still subject to denial because they still have to go through the sale and transfer. Whereas if they go through the sale and transfer, it's a more efficient way to also address the name change, because I believe, if I understood correctly, that they could ask for the change of the name at the point of the sale and transfer. If I'm understanding
Okay,
moving parts correctly.
Well, my administrative attorney, I understand what you're saying, but as of right now, as it sits, there is a denial for the name change, meaning this commission said no. If you take it back and allow the petition for reconsideration, all you're saying is you're taking away the denial. You have not approved the name change. So you can state that the name change cannot go on an agenda until you have the sale and transfer. But the way it sits right now is he can't even use that name. He can't even apply to use that name because you've already denied it. So it can't be part of anything. So no matter what, there has to be a petition for reconsideration to take us back to ground zero. That doesn't mean you're approving the name. It just means you have not denied it. So if you grant the petition for reconsideration, you're sitting at a point where he can still ask for the name change. But as of right now, if you do not grant the petition for reconsideration, he cannot even ask for the name change because it's already been denied. So the petition for reconsideration is taking you back to ground zero, essentially. And applications is the one who approves things to be put on the agenda. Applications can state this name change cannot go on the agenda. You may not use the name change. It must go in concert with the sale and transfer. But as of right now, they can't even put that name change in with the sale and transfer because this board has already denied it. So that's all I'm saying with the petition for reconsideration.
Understood.
okay. Commissioners,
Mr. Chairman, based on what I heard from Ms. Wilburn, I would move that we grant the petition for reconsideration relative to agenda item number 80, docket number 26-07027.
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. You want to make any public comment at this time?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Motion and is there any public comment on this item? Just matter of housekeeping? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. I have a motion and a second to approve the petition for reconsideration. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
Thank you
Mejia,
very much.
Mr. Mejia, Administrative Attorney, let me be very clear, though. That does not mean they granted you the right to use the name. You may not use that name yet. It has not been approved. All they've done is taken away their denial. You must still go through what Ms. Letourneau said, the sale and transfer, and ask to use that name. This vote today does not mean that they've approved you to use that name. So you are not approved to use that name as of yet.
Understood. We're going to be operating under priority time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, that takes us to item number 81, docket number 26-07031, petition for reconsideration filed by Mr. Matthew O'Neill of Royalty Towing LLC. Mr. O'Neill, are you here?
Yes, I'm on the phone, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Commissioners, what is the pleasure on this? This is a there's just not a lot of information that I see in. I have is some handwritten stuff. Mr. O'Neill, what is your request? You're asking for a petition for reconsideration of citation number 24485. What was the citation for, sir?
I apologize for interruption. One second. I apologize.
Did you? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so the request for petition was for, I had received a citation for not paying the annual fee. I was unaware of it. I'm a silent owner and partner, and unfortunately I had to close down the business and I'm no longer in business. I never received any of the citation information. So I was requesting for the citation to be reduced from what it is now since my partner never showed up for the calls or meetings.
Okay. I don't have the original citation in front of me for whatever reason. All I have, yeah, maybe you've got it because I don't have access to that. All I have is
the original citation from what I found out. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, give us a second here. Our agenda packets don't have the original citation. They've just got a handwritten appeal.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you guys' time. You guys got a lot more important things to deal with than this.
Chairman, while we are waiting, it was
Yes.
just brought to my attention that I was a prosecutor on this matter, so I'd have to recuse myself from it.
Okay, see how you are. All right. The recusal has been noted. Okay. Yeah, I do. I want to see it. Okay, all right, we understand what's going on, sir.
Okay.
Commissioners, so please note that Commissioner Cannell is going to recuse herself because she was part of the original citation process. She was the prosecutor on it, but Commissioner Zoka and I will move through it. So Commissioner Zoka, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we grant the petition for reconsideration on agenda item 81, docket number 26-07031, and reduce the fine to $100.
Well, I don't think we can do that now, can we? Doesn't it have to come back and can we actually reduce the fine here? Are we I think he's got to bring it back, doesn't he? Sarah,
Yeah, so Jessica Gare, for the record, from my understanding, the way the commission has treated petitions for reconsideration is that they would go back to the original matter and then the original matter would then be re-reviewed.
Right.
If you are going to actually review the merits of the matter, then there's a lot of petitions for reconsideration that have lost an opportunity. Let me put it.
yes, agreed. Okay, so we're just gonna grant it, we can't do it, send it back to the hearing officer, and then we'll deal with it that way. Yep,
Let me amend my motion then, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we approve agenda item 81 and grant the petition for reconsideration.
second. Let me ask for public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 81? Seeing none, all those close public comment, bring it back to the board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We're going to take a 5-minute bio break. So, all right, we're going to take 10. We're in recess until 3:21. Yeah, no, I know. I got you. I got you. Hey, Lisa, do you have the confidential file? Yeah, here, let me get these next.
Yeah, yours and yours right there. Oh, my sorry.
Good one. Knock anything off.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get through this. Until tomorrow, but I don't want to have to be here. I'll stay until tomorrow, but.
We'll say you get to meet.
Yeah. We thought we were going to be here. Who is second? No, it's okay, Louis. No.
You are now joining the meeting. Thank you.
Hey, tell me when, Amber. I have two commissioners, so I have a quorum, so I'm gonna go. We ready? Okay. All right, Ms. Cunell has walked back in the room, but I'm gonna call us back to order. We are now on, if my math is correct, we are on exemption requests, item number 82 and 83. Okay. Am I in the right place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay. So, all right, let me start with this. Exemption request, Miss Letourneau.
Trevice Letourneau for the record. We don't have any issues with these. They could be voted in block and
Okay.
approved.
Commissioners, any questions on item 82 or 83?
None from me, Mr. Chairman.
None for me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Perfect. All right, so looking for a motion. Well, let me ask this. Do we have any public comment on item 82 or 83?
I think somebody's here on 82.
Well, that's okay, but are you here? 82. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve agenda items 82 and 83 as agendized.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for approval of items 82 and 83. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and I will note for the record that we did ask for public comment and got none. So that takes us now to petitions for name changes, items 84, 85, and 85. 84 and 85 and 85. Okay. Ms. Letourneau, anything unusual here?
Trevice Letourneau for the record. No, Chairman, there's nothing unusual.
Okay, thank you so
Staff
much.
support.
Commissioners, any questions on 84 and 85?
None for me too, Chair.
Is there any public comment on item 84 or 85? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. I need a motion.
I move, Mr. Chairman, that we approve agenda items 84, 85 as agendized.
I second, Chairman.
We have a motion by Commissioner Zoka, second by Commissioner Cannell. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to petition for a logo approval. Docket number 26-05020. Classy Limousine. Ms. Letourneau.
Trevice Letourneau for the record. Don't have any issues with this logo either.
Okay.
Staff supports.
Commissioners, any questions?
None for me, Mr. Chairman.
None for me, Chairman.
Is there any public comment on item number 86? Bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the agenda item 86.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion to approve item number 86 by Commissioner Cannell, second by Commissioner Zoka. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to financial rates and tariffs, items 87 through 90. Ms. Letourneau.
Trevice Letourneau for the record. These are all tariff increases. And we have no issues.
Okay.
Staff supports.
Commissioners, any questions?
None for me.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions either.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking, well, actually, let me ask this. Is there any public comment? 87, 88, and 89. Get back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve agenda items 87 through 90 as a.
Oh, 87 through 90. I beg your pardon. I said 89. Thank you. Thank you for that correction.
87 through 90 as agendized.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Okay, I have a motion for items 87, 88, 89, 90 for approval. Let me again ask, is there anyone online wishing to speak on any of these items? Okay, a motion in a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to voluntary cancellations, items 91 through 93. Ms. Letourneau.
Trevice Letourneau for the record. We have no issues with the voluntary cancellations.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
None for me, Mr. Chairman.
None for me either, Mr.
Is there
Chairman.
anyone wishing to speak on any of these items? Back to the board, looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move 91, 92, 93 to be approved.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Cannell, second by Commissioner Zoka. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. And commissioners, just for sake of expediency, when I ask for a motion of that nature of approval, you can just give me a so moved. And that'll move us along. So now we come to a
So understood, Chairman.
little more of a hiccup. Orders to show cause. Items 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. So let me ask first. Is there anyone? 94 is online. Okay, so let's go ahead and open 94. Who do we have online?
Hi, this is Stanley Chomer for the record, the owner of Vegas Strip Transportation.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me your last name again.
Chomer, Chomer, Chomer.
And first name?
Stanley.
Stanley. Thank you, Mr. Chomer. Okay, Ms. Letourneau.
Teresa Letourneau for the record. Each of these applicants have been notified and had multiple items or extensions and have been given multiple opportunities to cure.
Okay, and have not.
And have
Mr.
not.
Chomer, so why
Yes.
should we not issue an order to show cause to have your certificate of convenience and necessity, your CPCN hold?
Sure. So what's happened, Commissioner, is I moved to another location in Rhodes Ranch from my address. So unfortunately, I did not get those notices. Luckily today, I actually called Martha, who's handling my thing and want to go into service. By coincidence, it's the same day of the agenda. So I literally just got on an hour ago. So by the grace of who's ever watching out for me to attend today, it was a call that I made to Martha today and the officer, I guess, on duty. But I moved from a different location, so I didn't get the notices. Two, I do plan on going into service in the next 2 to 3 weeks. The reason has been, this business and the insurance market has been just crazy. There's no other word to describe it. But I did find an insurance carrier I'm about to bind. So I called her to find out what the process is to get back into service. So I'm looking to try to get back into service in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, give us a minute here.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm of the mind that maybe we table it, let him fix it with staff and then come back.
Same thing. Okay, commissioners, Commissioner Zoka.
Mr. Chairman, I'm waiting for the lovely music to stop. Mr. Chairman, I would note that I'm encouraged by the fact that this particular current licensee is working with staff. So based on that, I want to give an opportunity to fix the issues if they can. If they can, we can certainly revoke it next time. So with that, I would propose that we table agenda item number 94. That would be my motion
Until when?
until the next general session meeting.
Okay, so that gives them approximately, well, it's not 30 days, it'll be over 30 days. Okay, so Mr. Chomer, what we're going to do is we're going to table this item. We're not going to take any action. You must get yourself back into the NTA, apprise us of your new address. I would also suggest that you contact the post office and put in a change of address so that they will forward your existing mail that's coming to you. That's just my own opinion. so that if any errant notifications come to you, that you are apprised of them. So, Commissioner Zoka, go ahead and
So the motion is to table agenda item number 94, Mr. Chairman,
until,
until next general session meeting.
do I have a second?
Yes, yeah, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion by Commissioner Zoka, second by Commissioner Cannell. Mr. Chomer, do you understand?
Yes, I do, 100%. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment on this item? All right, close public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are you an aye, Ms. Cannell?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that takes us, is there anyone for Reggie's Towing, online or, yep, oh, okay, come on up. Thank you for being patient and waiting the entire day and enduring my bad jokes. Bad dad jokes, bad, yeah, we can encourage them. I'm encourage the bad jokes. All right. So let me start with this. Miss Letourneau. Go ahead. Tell us about docket number 26-070.
Excuse me one moment, just let me pull this up.
Administrative Attorney Annette Wilburn, Ms. Letourneau, I've pulled up the order to show cause that has been sent to Mr.
So again, number of temporary discontinuous is allowed
Correct.
and expired.
Correct.
I'm sorry. Viraj Amirian? Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell us
Okay.
about this.
This particular carrier has had multiple discontinuances and expired discontinuances and has failed to cure or go back into service. And then there was a time where they weren't responding. So we've moved to issue the order to show cause. This has been on the agenda since February, one or two times since I've been here,
Okay.
multiple agendas. And we've given the carrier 3 or 4 different times to cure.
Okay. Sir, tell us your name.
Viraj Amirian,
Last name?
Amirian,
Amia?
Amirian.
Amiria.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Amiria, what's going on here? Why shouldn't we issue an order to show cause and revoke your certificate of public convenience and necessity?
So I had a lot of issues. I go back and forth to Los Angeles, and my insurance is like the other gentleman said, it's crazy. It's almost triple. So I had to, and then I had problems with the engine on the truck. So I had to get it all fixed and then get the insurance. So that's what sort of, killed me almost. It
So
was-
here's the question, and it appears
Sure.
as if we've given you quite a number of last chances
Yeah.
before we've actually had to go to this extent and issue an order to show cause. Why shouldn't we move forward with this? And I know I heard the insurance stuff and I heard
Yeah.
all of that stuff, but what are you going to do to correct the issues? I mean, we're bound to follow state law,
Yes, sir.
and we can't let you just continue
Yeah.
to
No, I mean, if
to
you,
flounder out there
Yeah.
without abiding by state law. That's not fair to every other
Yes,
carrier in
yes,
the
yes.
state.
Yeah. I did get everything together. So if you would give me the chance, I'll get, I got the insurance, I got registration, everything's ready to go. So if you would please allow me to get working again, I would
Okay.
really appreciate that if you guys can.
Commissioner Zoka, you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I would propose that similar to the other item, we would table this to the next meeting, and he has this one last chance to fix things with staff. If things are not fixed by the next meeting, he gets revoked.
Okay.
Oh.
So here's what we're going to do. I think Commissioner Zoka is going to make a motion to table. That tabling will mean that it comes back at our next agenda. If you have not cured all of this and demonstrated to staff that you are compliant,
Okay.
the order to show cause will be instituted, and we're going to revoke your certificate of public convenience and necessity, which means you will start from the very beginning.
Okay.
You'll have to start.
I have 99% of the things, so.
I need 100. I need
Yes,
100%.
I understand.
Okay.
And I really thank you guys for allowing me to go through with it. I appreciate you.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we table agenda item number 95 until the next general session meeting.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Zoka, second by Commissioner Cannell. Is there any public comment online? Okay, close public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye for tabling.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a great day.
Okay, is there anyone from All American Stage Lines online? Just Vibe Entertainment?
Is one.
Oh, come on up. Sorry, I'm waiting to hear online. Yes.
So we didn't do that.
No, but I'm gonna see who's here and then block the rest. Yep. You're number 97. This is docket number 26-07019, order to show cause for Just Vibe Entertainment. Ms. Letourneau.
Travis Letourneau for the record. Chairman, we've tabled this from a previous agenda. There were several issues with this particular carrier where they came into discontinuance, made multiple requests. That on April 27th, Jessica Cooks, the owner of Just Vibe, filed to request an extension. And I do believe they have since changed the vehicle that is no longer a charter bus by definition. And to date, they still haven't cured or come back into service.
Sir, tell us your name.
My name is Jonathan Cooks.
Say your last name for us.
Cooks. Cooks.
Hey, Mr. Cooks. What's going on here?
Well, we filed one continuance of service that was granted, and then we filed a second one in May, and that one was denied. But we didn't get the denial letter. We got a letter. This letter saying to come that we had a hearing. So we didn't even know that like we got denied for the second one. The reason why we initially filed was because of the increase in the commercial insurance. It tripled. So we wanted to gain capital for the business to cover the recent increase or the unexpected increase. So we put in for the initial one, and then we got denied for the second one. We were trying to just get a continuance into December so that we'd be ready to roll back in January. But we didn't change we still a charter bus. We didn't change what we were classified under.
Okay. So what's your timeline? Why shouldn't we issue this order to show cause?
I have a copy of like the increase of insurance, but so when we initially went to renew for our insurance, we noticed an initial increase. So it was close to like when our year was done for the yearly, and we didn't want to renew. And without looking around to see if it was a different carrier the cost would be lower. So Martha suggested, hey, put a continuance in so that because she said that it's been a lot of carriers that have had increase. We know it's been an increase. So if you could put a continuance in, that'll give you time to find a new carrier. So we did that, and we put the initial one in, and we got that approved. So close to that time, we didn't find any, like all the carriers, our insurance people said that because it's required to have 5 million on our type that we're on. A lot of the carriers bagged out, so it's only like one carrier, and they tripled how much they wanted for the premium, and we paying out of pocket for that. So we wanted to put the capital up.
Okay, so you still haven't answered my question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. You've given me a lot of excuses with all due respect, but you haven't answered my question. When are you going to have everything prepared to cure this? The fact that you can't find insurance, that's not a reason for a temporary discontinuance for us. And sadly, we don't control the insurance rates. And I apologize that is an issue, and a lot of people are running into this. We see this consistently, and we understand that reform needs to happen in the insurance industry, but we still have to follow what state law tells us that those insurance premiums have to be, those rates. So
we got the first one that was approved for 6 months, the discontinuance. We were just trying to request one more additional discontinuance so that we found a carrier that we're gonna use. They're high, but we're still gonna use that carrier. But if we can have that another 6 months, we're not even looking for another 6 months, just into to December, so that in January 1st, we'll be ready to go back in business. So the original discontinuance that was denied, that we put in, was our second one, which was in May. It would have, if we would have been approved, it'd have been into that date. So we were just trying to get that same day. Wasn't trying to get an additional 6 months, but we were just trying to get at the end of the year.
I'm going to tell you right up front, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I'm not going to approve. I'm not going to agree personally. I shouldn't say approve. I'm not going to vote for an additional 6 months, because what you're doing is you're just kicking the can down the road. And we can't have that. I need something more solid, because what staff has to do is track all of this stuff, and it's a burden on the NTA. So commissioners, I'm just telling you, I won't support a 6 month.
And along those lines, Mr. Chairman, I think the other problem is that this is set for an order to show cause, not even for a petition to.
Right.
So we cannot, even if we wanted to, we couldn't give him what he's asking. But the way this is styled for today's matter. And given that he's already been given an extension, I'm kind of disinclined, and I think we revoke, and he can file a petition for reconsideration. Even with that, if he fixes everything and comes back in 30 days.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Cooks, what Commissioner Zoka is suggesting is that we're kind of bound by this. We issue the order to show cause, and then you can file a petition for reconsideration, a PFR. It's going to cost you $50. You go down, you file the PFR. It'll come back to us on the next agenda as a petition to reconsider that order to show cause, which we're going to.
It would actually be a revocation, I think.
Revocation. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Reconsider the revocation.
Consider the revocation. And then at that time, if you can prove that you have everything that you need, then we can work through the process that way. But our hands are tied here today.
So today you are moving to revoke the CPCN?
Correct. We haven't done that yet, but that's what's on the table for us, because we can't do any more extensions. That's not what's in front of us today. Because this has languished for so long, what's in front of us today is an order to show cause. That's what's in front of us right now.
So what will I need to do to not be revoked because we were just trying to get time to just kind of have a.
Well, you're asking us for another 6 months. I'm not going to support that, because you've been given multiple 6 month time periods.
I've only been granted one.
Actually, you've been discontinued since November of 25.
No. So yeah, so the first one we put in was from November 17th to May, November 17th of 25 to May 17th of this year. And then we put in a second one, and that second one was denied. And then this was the next communication we got, was to come to this hearing today. So the first continuance would have been done in May of this year. So we put We put another one in before that May date came. It got denied, but we never knew that it got denied. And the only communication we got was to come to this hearing after. So we've only had one continuance, and we put in for a second one, and it was denied. And then we just got communication to come to this date.
Chairman, may I ask a question?
Please.
So how much time do you think 30 days would be enough for you to figure out if you can get the insurance? So is the insurance your only concern right
Yeah,
now?
if that was the option, we just was trying to get time to just put more capital up. Like best case scenario, if we would have got the second discontinuous approved, we'd have been good to go after that. We just wanted time to put the capital up. But we definitely wasn't trying to get our CPCN revoked. I mean, if that's what we need to do is like go back in service immediately, we are prepared to do that. We just wanted more time to put more capital up. We were told that like this was an option to get a discontinuance, so that, you know, because of the increase, and it was just a operational cost that we wasn't expecting. We were like blindsided by it. So we were just trying to put time to put money up. But if we have to go in immediately, we will. But we were only granted one continuance.
Commissioners.
For the record.
Chairman, in light of what he just said in his testimony, I'm inclined to table this.
Table it.
item
All right.
as well.
I'll second that.
So we're going to table the item. We're going to give you 30 days. It's going to come back to us. You need to demonstrate that you're trying to going to come into compliance. So commissioners, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, so we'll move to put on the September next month.
Yes. Next agenda.
Next agenda.
So take this as your notice to, you will get another notice, but take this as a notice that you have a time until September to come back to us. I don't know the specific date, but come back to us with evidence to show why we shouldn't revoke your CPCN.
Okay.
Okay.
So should we like get the insurance binded to before that date?
Yes. Yeah. You need to get with staff, one of the 3 members of the applications team or compliance, and show them that you're in compliance.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Marta Acevedo. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Commissioners, I'm looking for a motion to table item number 97, docket number 26-07019.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, until the next general session.
So moved. Okay.
I'll second it. Got it.
Motion by Commissioner Zoka, second by Commissioner Cannell. Thank you so much. Let me just ask, can we do some housekeeping? Is there any public comment? Anyone online? I'm going to close it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Carries unanimously.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a question?
On who is this?
I'm sorry. This is Matt O'Neill with Royalty Towing. I was docket 81. You guys broke up right at the end with me before you guys went on break. The last comment was that they were trying to reduce the fine for me to $100, but then I don't know if you guys were able to do that. I didn't want to interrupt you guys earlier, so I've just been waiting.
So give me just a minute. Let me finish up here. Okay, so we've tabled your item until next month. Okay.
You broke up. The last thing the other commissioner had said to reduce the fine to 100.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me finish what's in front of me, and then
I
I'll come to
apologize,
you.
sir. No problem.
Okay.
No problem. I
Thank you.
apologize.
Thank you. So, what we've done is we've tabled the item. We haven't moved forward. You'll have until next month to cure the deficiencies.
And Chairman, Administrative Attorney Oneat Wilburn, I usually send out these notices. I will resend the notices for the ones that we've tabled today tomorrow. So it will give a 30-day, so he will get something in the mail to show the next date of the actual
Okay,
general session.
perfect. Okay,
All right.
thank you. Okay. Sir,
I
what
apologize, sir. I thought you guys were done.
That's okay. No, we're not even close to being done. What we did for you is on item 81, what we did is we granted your petition for reconsideration, so it's going to go back to a hearing officer so that you can give your reasons at that time to the hearing officer and then work back through the system that way. Okay?
Okay, and the hearing officer will reach out to me when I need to make
You'll get-
contact with them.
You'll get a notice in the mail.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys.
So what we need you to do though, sir, is we need you to call
Yes.
down to the NTA and talk to someone in compliance and give us your correct address, your correct mailing address.
Okay, yep. Not a
Because
problem. Al. Thank you.
otherwise what we'll do is we'll move forward with the action and you'll still be liable for the $2,000 on the FTA.
No problem. And
Okay.
the file will be documented, today so I can reach out to them tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, you can reach
Okay.
out, just reach.
No, that's perfect. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you.
No, bye.
Okay. All right, commissioners, I apologize. We are now on item number 98, which is docket number 26-07020, Oasis Transportation. Do we have anyone online for Oasis? Do we have anyone from docket number 26-07021 from VBNZ Limo? Okay, commissioners, I'm willing to take a block on 96, 97, 98, and 99. Not 97, we
Just did 97.
we just did 97. 96, 98, and 99 for orders to show cause.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve items 96, 98, 99, revoking the associated certificates as noticed in the agenda.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Zoka, second by Cornell. Is there any public comment on any of these items? We'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion, you and I? Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. That takes us now to motion to dismiss applications. Items 100, 101, 102. Ms. Letourneau.
Travis Letourneau for the record. This is the first time we will be using our 15-day cure clause where a carrier does not respond. And under statute, at the next general session, the deputy commissioner will make a motion to dismiss applications
Okay.
that have not cured.
Is there anyone wishing to speak on any of these items? Commissioners, I'm looking for a motion.
Administrative Attorney O'Neill Wilburn. It's actually not the commissioners making the motion here. This is a dismissal by the deputy commissioner, and I believe the deputy attorney general will present this to the deputy commissioner to dismiss. Under the statutes, the deputy commissioner is the one who dismisses. So,
Okay, but don't we have to approve that dismissal?
no.
For the record, Jessica Guerra, from the Attorney General's office. So let me pull up the NAC real quick. It is NAC 706.1375. It's specifically subsection 3. It says if any item required pursuant to this section or by statute is omitted or otherwise deficient, after acceptance of the application or filing, the authority will notify the applicant of the omission or deficiency in writing at the address of the applicant listed on the application or filing, which if the commission would like those dates, we have them. If the applicant does not cure the omission or deficiency within 15 days after the issuance of that notification, the deputy commissioner shall, at the next the next regular meeting of the authority, move the application or filing be dismissed. I will say this is a little different because historically, the Attorney General's office will file the motions to dismiss. However, because we have the 15-day deficiencies and we have the dates of those deficiencies as well as the lack of communication, the deputy commissioner can make an oral motion here, especially because it is noticed under the agenda. And
Chairman, I move to dismiss docket number 24-11018, docket 25-03024, and docket 25-05011.
Is that sufficient that he makes the motion, or do we have to vote?
I want to piggyback on his motion. And I think that with that, all of us approve what he moved, just like a party motion, like move.
It's just the deputy commissioner
Yeah.
has to make.
Right.
Okay, so it doesn't require a second?
Oh, it does. because I'm gonna move now, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'm gonna move that we approve the deputy commissioner's motion.
Okay,
Grant the deputy commissioner's motion relative to agenda items 100, 101, and 102.
okay.
And I think somebody will second that probably.
And I second that
Okay,
as
so
moved by.
Okay, so we have a motion by Deputy Commissioner Park. The affirmation motion by Commissioner Zoka, seconded by Commissioner Connell. Is there any public comment on any of these three items? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously and no hands were raised online. No one asked to speak. Commissioners, that takes us now to item number 103, which is T123 for Mr. William Mason for the issuance of a driver permit. Mr. Mason, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So hey, we can barely hear you, sir.
How about now? Is that better?
That's better.
I'll use
Okay.
my- Sorry about
Chairman, may I ask for 1 minute recess? I just want to go over this with the.
Yeah, we'll deal with that in just 1 second. Hold on here. Let me see if we're going to do a closed session. So, sir, you have the right to ask for a closed session where we will remove everyone from the room and throw everyone off online. Would you like to request a closed session?
I guess so, yeah, because I'm not really sure what this is all about yet. So, yes.
Well, what we're doing is we're reviewing your criminal history.
Okay.
And so we have in front of us your records.
They are, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. I don't have anything to hide, no.
Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Guerra. You want to close the session?
Yes, so for the record, just to hear from the Attorney General's office, I move to go into closed session pursuant to NRS 241.030.
My motion, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion by Commissioner Zoka to go into a closed session. Do I have a sec? I'll second it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. So let's go ahead and remove everyone online.
Moving for consideration.
Being offered here is
Under 70.
around Port Cochere.
Do you,
And result.
You talked about somebody,
On
just telling you, it's,
Do you,
application side.
actually, you've read them, but
moving for consideration.
actually, you've read them, but so, while we're here, one last thing, I want to thank, being from Northern Nevada and
Pursuant to NRS 241.
the impound, that has already been adjudicated. Yes. Yeah, we're going to block vote that. Do you want to issue maybe a year for him to pay that?
Well, I looked at,
Okay. All right, so we have a slight image. Can you hear me now? All right. So, Miss Wilburn is the change, the clerical error on item 41, is that substantive to our
and fee?
perfect. Who do we have online? Mr. Rebar, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? No, but
You're
she's not-
allowed to film. I'm not arguing
She's
with
not
you.
comfortable.
I am not arguing with you. Let's move that camera. And you want it over on the other table?
I want it so this
You're
catches
gonna be able
my
to film
face.
everyone. I'm
No,
not gonna
because-
argue with you.
Because that's not catching my face. That's
I
not-
am not.
not catching my face.
I'm not going to. I'm not
I wanna
going
catch
to
my face.
argue with you.
Where can I
I'm
put it to catch
ordering you
my
to put
face?
that camera over there away.
So you're not
She
allowing
just-
me to catch my face, my expressions.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's all this is for. That one catches them.
Is
one-
this filming in both directions?
This film's up here too.
Okay.
That's why it's nice and low.
Her
So it's
concern
not-
is that that camera is in her face. I'm agreeing with
This is in
her.
her face. This part will make the best part of the video here tomorrow. This is not in her face. This is right in my desk, right next to my water bottle, next to my papers, next to my soda, next to my plug, in my space. So I can't have it. How about if I put it closer to me? So I want to catch me.
Okay.
That's what this camera's
You want
for.
to catch you.
The best part of the video here tomorrow. This is not in her face. This is right in my desk, right next to my water bottle, next to my papers, next to my soda, next to my plug, in my space. So I can't have it. How about if I put it closer to me? Because I want to catch me.
Okay.
That's what this camera's
I want
for.
to catch you. How about like right here?
That works too.
And that way it's facing the wall and then you catch yourself.
I'll put it right there, not a problem.
Okay.
Is that better?
Or the wall.
Here.
Yeah.
There.
How about like right here?
That works too.
And that way it's facing the wall and then you catch yourself.
I'll put it right there, not a problem.
Okay.
Is that better?
Or the wall.
Here.
Yeah.
There, you can see the screen on that side now.
I don't want to see the screen.
Look, watch.
Don't grab my camera. This is $700.
Uh-huh.
You got your camera on? Turn yours on. Turn yours.
Okay,
So which direction? we
this way here. So this one. Okay,
So which direction? we
this way here. So this one's gonna face here.
Okay, that one can go here.
There you go.
Is that better? Okay, cool. Glad we're all happy now. This is $700.
We're arranging, can we lower this one just a little bit too?
I already had it. I think that one's okay. I don't think it's picking up. I already had it. I think that one's okay. I don't think it's picking up.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready?
Still plugging in. Give me just a minute here. You said, what, am I late? Sure.
You're not late.
8:49, okay.
But you're not here, and you haven't made any charges that apply to. Any charges that apply to a title assist, do you? No. I'm this, do you? No. I mean, the FEMA. No. I mean, the fact that do you? Have title assist. No. I mean, the fact that they don't have title assist which is an NTA thing, has nothing to do with this case, does it? It has nothing to do with this case, does it?
In the system title says I just listed what the NTA website showed A&A Towing. Part of their model tow tariff, where they were, all the stuff that was all on there.
That didn't violate any DMV regulation or law though, right?
No, it just was part of the case. I don't know what happened, but no, there wasn't a fine or anything associated with anything to do with the NTA, the 708.
Well, you go on to state that, and since A&A Towing didn't have a business license with the Nevada Secretary of State for a document prep service, they don't have a tariff listed for assisting individuals with titles. You're kind of implying there that they've violated some DMV law.
No, just in regard to the lien sale and the auction being held.
Yeah, I'm not asking about that.
I'm answering that the title assist is what was used by, in these two cases that we're talking about here. That was the word that was used previously, a title assist. And in this case, a number was given to a guy to get a title because he didn't have one. So that's why it was listed. And the NTA doesn't say that A&A Towing can do anything with the title assist. It's not listed. That was just referenced in there.
Okay. So you're not trying to enforce some NTA rule?
No.
Okay. And that DMV can't enforce the NTA rules?
No.
Okay.
Pretty big.
You're not saying the towing didn't occur, right?
I don't know.
So as you sit here today, you can't say that it wasn't towed from the front of the property into the back of the property, which is a fenced-in, secure area.
That's what it says, like on the documents that I have for the lien sale. That's what it shows was done, but do I know if that happened or not?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have any evidence to the contrary. Now, this case, like the last case, started with an incident report, correct?
Correct.
It did not start as a result by a customer complaint.
I'm just going to reference the incident report.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was a document incident report from Central Services.
Okay.
That's how I was notified of this.
So it wasn't a customer complaint, it was an internal thing from the DMV.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, just like the last case, the customer got the car, correct?
Customer got the car?
Yeah.
Yeah. Define that for me, so I know what you're talking about.
Someone prior to the sale, the actual sale that takes place, puts in a bid to purchase the vehicle.
Again, if that's, I don't know. Again, in my investigation, I claim that no public auction took place for that customer to show up, come. There was a bidding process. He bid it, he got the car. That's what I'm referencing here.
But you understand that they posted this on Facebook and you have evidence of that showing the car. We understand that, they post this on Facebook, they post it, they, it, are. In the car and explaining the time and date of the auction, correct?
That is all there, correct?
That you put an administrative stop or an administrative hold on the process. That's what you testified last time.
Yeah, well, there was one on there.
Obviously stop or administrative hold on the process. That's what you testified last time.
Yeah, well, there was one on there. In reading this report,
the time and date of the auction, correct?
That is all there, correct?
That you, put an administrative stop or an administrative hold on the process. That's what you testified last time.
Yeah, well, there was one on there. In reading this report, I actually recall, I read in here that Central Services put a note that it was sent to CD for review. So that was the actual note that was in the system.
I think you testified that you put an administrative stop, but the lien went through anyway and the title was issued.
No. Cause I don't, like I just testified earlier, I don't know if title was ever issued or not at the end of this. But a lien sale has to be approved, you know, through the department at the very end with everything. And so if there was a stop on it, then I don't see how a title could have gotten through. I mean, I guess anything can happen, but that's not the normal process. Is this the same paragraph or?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying in general, you took issue with the towing. You're not saying towing didn't occur, right?
I don't know.
So as you sit here today, you can't say that it wasn't towed from the front of the property into the back of the property, which is a fenced-in, secure area.
I mean, that's what it says, like on the documents that I have for the lien sale. That's what it shows was done, but do I know if that happened or not?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have any evidence to the contrary. And then the actual billing that came from that tow, well, let me strike that. Let's go back to storage. You don't have any evidence that this vehicle wasn't stored for the amount of days that were claimed, do you? And you don't have any issue with the actual amount of the charges. I mean, those are NTA charges, correct?
Correct.
And you're not saying that he overcharged or anything like that?
No.
So there's a tariff sheet and it tells you what you can charge, and those were proper charges.
As far as I know,
Okay.
for that he stated.
Well, the customer didn't say that he showed up and there was no auction, did he? He didn't say that.
He said that he was called to come get his car.
You're not answering my question. You claim Mr. Barraza says there was no auction, correct?
I mean, I'd have to read his statement and stuff again. I mean, going back, this is. Again, I mean, going back, we're talking about this case. So
I understand. Well, let's just assume that Mr. Barraza said or told you that there was no auction. But you never asked him, and you don't know if he was present for an auction or he was not present for an auction.
Well, again, I asked him if he bought this car from an auction or he got it from an auction, and he stated no. we're talking about this case. So that's-
I understand. Well, let's just assume that Mr. Barraza said or told you or told you or told you but you never asked him and you don't know if he was present for an auction or he was not present for an auction.
Well, again, I asked him if he bought this car from an auction or he got it from an auction, and he stated no. He said he dropped the car off and was told to come back and get it in a month.
I understand that. So you're saying that there was no auction because Mr. Barraza didn't show up for the auction. That's your logic.
Yes.
Okay. There's no statute that precludes or prohibits a tow driver from towing a vehicle from the front lot to the secured fenced area in the back.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled, you can answer.
Just 1 second, please, Brian. To my knowledge, there's no NRS that specifically states that amount.
Morning, Ms. Castaneda. My name is Rich Salvatore. I'm an attorney representing A&A Towing. Morning, Ms. Castaneda. My name is Rich Salvatore. I'm an attorney representing A&A Towing.
Good morning.
So all of this was done at the DMV, is that correct?
Correct.
And so are you still employed with the DMV?
I am.
Okay. And you don't have any certifications to translate from Spanish to English, do you?
I do not.
You don't have any certifications to translate from English to Spanish, do you?
I do not.
Nothing further. Did this case start with an incident report?
When it was given to me? Or
Yes.
It started with a complaint filed by Mr. Rebar regarding 5 by Mr. Rebar regarding 5 or 6 lien sales that had not been delivered as titles to that point.
Okay. So it didn't start with a customer complaint.
This particular
It didn't start with the person purchasing the vehicle.
That's correct.
And on page 4, it says that the customer got the car and also says the customer got the title. That's true, isn't it?
Ultimately, that is true.
Okay. So the customer wasn't harmed in any way. investigated, provide notice and before. Of administrative stop has to be given. In this case, you did not give any notice to A&A before placing an administrative stop.
That's correct.
I mean, would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, the printed name?
Yes, on page
Oh,
16.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yes, I'm with you. Again, as you mentioned, I'm not a handwriting expert.
Yeah, but you have a set of eyes, correct?
I do, but I don't assume.
It looks pretty similar, right?
One could argue, especially before
It looks pretty similar, right?
one could argue. I suppose, but I'm not going to jump to any conclusions there.
I'm not asking you to say I'm
There's no conclusions there.
I'm not asking you to jump to conclusions, but they look very similar, don't they?
If that's your opinion,
I'm asking you.
My opinion, there are similarities. But again, I'm not a handwriting expert. I don't know the kinds of things to look for.
Did you ever think about getting a you? I'm asking you.
My opinion, there are similarities. But again, I'm not a handwriting expert. I don't know the kinds of things to look for.
Did you ever think about getting a handwriting expert to look at this and investigating this case?
I don't believe I did.
Did you even think about it?
I don't believe so.
So then if you compare 316, the signature of the authorized person, and the signature on page 19, would you agree those look very similar, if not identical?
I'm not a handwriting expert. I have no comment on that. I don't know.
It's a yes/no question. Do you think they're similar?
I disagree. I don't think it's a yes/no question.
Well, you can just disagree. You have to answer it. It's a yes/no question. Do you think it's similar?
It looks like there was pens and paper and things drawn on the paper.
So your basis of misrepresentation is what Mr. Montoya told you. That's a significant part of the case.
Like I said, every person I was trying to interview, all their statements would have been a significant part of the case.
Well, I understand that, but you didn't get to talk to a lot of people, did you?
That's correct.
In fact, I think your report says that you only spoke with, let's see, Mr. Montoya, correct?
That's correct.
And you also spoke with, well, you tried to speak with Mr. Friedel and Ms. Madden, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Cison, she had no information about the towing of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
She had no information about the auction, correct?
That's correct. I've never towed a vehicle with a tow truck, so I'm not familiar with all of the intricacies that go into it. I had hoped to get information from Mr. Friedel on how, if he could walk me through a typical dispatch for a towing, and if he recalled that the towing of that particular vehicle on that particular day, and that would have given me a better idea of how he got the call. I don't know on my level. I don't know how that works. If it goes directly to a tow truck driver, the call, or if it goes through a dispatch center for the tow truck company, I don't know, and that's what I was hoping to learn. And for Miss Madden, being her name being mentioned in the actual lien sale affidavit, it was my intention to interview her and try to learn whatever I could based on what her job responsibilities are and how I could learn more about
You've opened Pandora's box.